Hello, welcome to the February 4th, 2022 Club Cubase live stream. I'm going to do a quick audio test, make sure everything is coming through, and then we will go ahead and get started. Bear with me just for a second. Hello, welcome to the February 4th, 2022 Club Cubase live stream. Okay, everything sounds fine on my monitoring end. My name is Greg Undo. I'll be the host for the live stream today. I'm based just outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. I work as a product specialist for Yamaha Corporation of America, primarily focusing on Steinberg products, and I'll be the host for the live stream today. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is we could simply ask questions in the chat field or send questions in advance to the email address of clubcubase@steinberg.de. We'll try to get through as many questions as completely and succinctly as possible. If my ability to answer questions in kind of a real-time manner will soon be lost as people are asking questions, especially at the beginning, so I may be 30 to 45 minutes behind the live questions being asked. I will try to catch up to the best of my ability, but if you have a question and you don't see an immediate response, if we could try to avoid asking the same question over and over again, because that will just slow down the process for everyone and will allow us to, and without that, we'll be able to get through to more people's questions. So that would be really helpful, and I'd appreciate that. So and we should have all of the topics that are discussed in the live stream today posted with the in the comments field at the very pinned to the top with timestamps, so you could review and kind of check different questions that may have been asked during in the live stream and covered. And if you wanted to search for topics that have been covered in previous live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com, and Jan from Stockholm has done a wonderful job on compiling that. So you could just do kind of like a web search on that particular website, and then that will take you directly to where that topic was discussed. So I want to give special thanks to Jan for setting up that site, and it's a wonderful resource for Steinberg users. Some other thanks I want to give is with the another wonderful resource of information that's pertinent and relevant to the community is the Cubase Nation Discord. I know that Jazz Dude does a lot of work compiling information and tutorials and different documents, tutorials that are helpful to the Steinberg community. So special thanks to Jazz Dude for that. And we have two people, Jazz Dude and Agent K, who serve as moderators for the live stream. So if there's any moderation that's required, so they're not Steinberg employees, they just kind of volunteer to make it a better community for everyone. So I want to give special thanks to Agent K and Jazz Dude for their efforts to do that. So as we mentioned, we will get started in just a couple minutes. If you are watching this live stream live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. Just one quick minor note for Tuesday's live stream. We usually go for about 4 hours, but Tuesday's live stream will go for about 3 hours because my wife is on a business trip and I'll have to pick up my son from school. So we'll be just a little bit shorter on Tuesday. So it shouldn't be a huge thing, but I just wanted to let people know in advance with that. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. So the first question we have is, hello, I want to know some hotkey of Groove Agent for sampling and how to slice the sample as quickly as possible. So if you wanted to, the full version of Groove Agent would allow you to, do sampling directly in. So if I wanted to have the full version of Groove Agent, this isn't a feature of the SE version, but let's say if I wanted to come right over here and, one of the things that we could have is a sidechain input. So if I wanted to just kind of play back samples, I could say, okay, I wanted to take, samples from this kit and I wanted to sample it in. I could just come over here. We could activate the sidechain input and say, okay, I want it first we'll activate the sidechain input and we'll tell the source for the sidechain. So at this point, we'll just say, okay, I want that as my sidechain source. And as we wanted to kind of configure that, we could go directly to our sample recorder. And now you could just, once we have that set up, we could, just say, okay, I wanted to do my sample mode. So there isn't necessarily a hotkey for doing this, but we could just say, okay, let's go to auto next. And as we would play this, I will just take a look at my routing here and we'll make sure. So this is now going out to Groove Agent. So as we wanted to just choose to, we could say, okay, we're going to start with the MIDI note on message, and we'll stop with the MIDI note off message. So I could just kind of go chromatically, and then as we wanted to just come right over here, we could adjust kind of our input gain, and we could sample just in that manner. So let me just adjust my MIDI input here. Let's say for my instrument that I just added. So we could have the MIDI show up. So let's say, okay, I'm going to arm both of these tracks here. So we can say, okay, we'll have Groove Agent and Forget the Past. So now as I just sample, I'm just going to hit my MIDI keyboard. As soon as I let go of the key, that's when the sample will stop. And I'll get my phone off my MIDI controller. That would probably help. So I could just chromatically come right over here, and then as we do that, we could just see all of our samples just lined up directly like that. So I'll go ahead and just cut this skip, but let's say now the second question was and how to slice the sample as quick as possible. So I will go ahead and we'll just start this, and let's say if I have sample that I drag to the pad. So we could also just drag your audio directly to the pad. I will come over here and let's go to the slice, and we can say generate slices, and now each of the slices has automatically been mapped to different keys directly in our sample editor. So we could just have these automatically mapped. And this will also create a pattern pad that we could drag and drop directly to the project window. Okay, so we have a question from Marcos Gomez. I believe he's in Brazil, if memory serves. UR22 versus UR22 Mark II versus UR22C. Any changes about preamps, noises, electrical schemes? So the UR22 and UR22 Mark II, the big difference between those is that the UR22 Mark II can be powered, can be used with different tablet devices such as an iPad or your iPhone. So it'll have a class compliant audio driver, so you could also power it from a 5-volt source, so kind of like a cell phone battery charger if you're doing remote use, which is handy if you wanted to do it for iPad so it doesn't drain your battery. So the UR22C will have different converters. I believe that the preamp design is identical between them. So there are different converters in the UR22C. The UR22C will also feature DSP, so you'll have real-time reverb, compression and EQ channel strip, and 4 guitar amp models. But I don't think that there's the electrical schemes, noises, that there are much differences, but the UR22C does feature 32-bit integer-based converters, so it is another generation, kind of a further generation of converters. All right, so we have Romaldo Productions checking in from Lakeland, Florida. Been through there many times. driving between Tampa and Orlando, and then done a couple clinics there. So thanks for joining us today. He says he also mentions that he's using and loving Cubase Pro 10.5. Okay, and he has a question. When cutting a MIDI track, even if it's quantized to quarter, it cuts the first chord. How can I prevent that? So let's say if we have, make sure. So let's say if I wanted to look at a MIDI part here, we may run into situations where, let's say if I have this, and all right, so let's say I look at this, and now if I cut directly here, so you have to make sure that, as you cut, so let's say if I cut right there at measure 25, okay, so let's say we come right here, so that's where I cut. So now if I kind of move the events, that, make sure that as you do cuts, so let's say, if I had cut a particular, just find that particular part, that when you do this, that the actual notes, sometimes you may notice that these notes, if they're slightly, ever so slightly ahead of the beat, which could be done, and you could kind of check this by going into, if you select a note, and we look at the info line, so you can see that, while I think that this starts at measure 25, it actually starts at measure 24 beat for 16th pulse for 115. So it's ever so slightly ahead. So sometimes that could, if we cut that, you might miss that out. But if you wanted to, one preference that could help with this in editing is if we come over here to editing, to MIDI, and then we just choose to split MIDI events, and that will automatically kind of split where, we'll split MIDI notes based on where the selection has been split, so that when we move events, that note will start exactly where the cut was. Okay, so we just see how come that I can align vocal audio tracks, but some I can't. Also, does it have to... sorry, just going to have way too many. There's a Microsoft Teams meeting I was invited to, so I'll have like all sorts of annoying text messages popping into my monitoring computer here. All right, so the question, how come that I can align some vocal audio tracks, but some I can't? Does it have to do with cutting the audio tracks previously? So, what I would do in this case, what I would do if we run into this scenario is just come over and do an actual, like when you're going to be doing the audio lining, I would probably consolidate the events by doing a bounce selection. So we'll come right over here. So if I have done all sorts of edits on a particular file here, so let's say I'll just turn my snap off, and I've slid and moved files around, I have this event here and move this. So if I had done a number of edits and cuts at this point, what I would probably do personally, if I was going to be doing a lining, because is just to come over here, I would duplicate the track version, and then at that point, do a bounce selection from the audio menu. So we'll just say, okay, I want it to select these events here. So we'll just say audio. And at this point, we'll just choose bounce selection. And then we should be able to easily kind of do a lining. So at this point, I can say, okay, I want the top one as my source, and I want this one as my target. And we could choose to align the audio. So try that. And then if you needed to always go back to the original, since we duplicated the track version, your original will always be there, and the track version will be available right there. So give that a shot. Okay, so we just see how can I fix question? How can I fix a guitar track recorded with the wrong sample rate, which created dropouts, crackling? So usually the sample rate may not be causing dropouts or crackling. So maybe if it's trying to do an actual file from that. So when we, let's just say if I wanted to come over here and let's say first I want to try to convert the audio files. So, you know, if I look at this and we go to our pool window under the media menu or like Control Command P, here we could just see, okay, if I had one audio file that was at the wrong sample rate, I would try to just come here, right select the file that has the errant sample rate and go to convert files, and then we could just change the sample rate there. So generally having the sample rate shouldn't add dropouts or crackling, but you know, if you wanted to conform to have everything at the same sample rate, then at that point you could just do it from the pool window and just do convert, right click on the file and convert tracks. So sometimes if it's, you know, I've seen sometimes where, you know, where it's trying to play back the wrong sample rate and it may be off pitch or slower or faster, but try just converting the files. All right, so we have Rick Valentine, a noted composer. So great to see you on the live stream, Rick. He says, I have an icon his question, I have an icon platform M+, and all I wanted to do is control parameters in my VSTs. How can I tell Cubase to disregard reading mixer information and stick with the VST info? So once, you know, this is often going to be set up based on the controller itself. So when we go to our studio setup, probably what the icon is going to be set up for is a Mackie control. So we could come over here and we will see that, you know, we could have a Mackie control defined. Now we could also come over here and have, and that's going to be, you know, particular MIDI messages that are transmitted from the icon controller that comply with the Mackie control protocol and will map to expected functions. Now, sometimes you may want to take those same particular faders, physical faders, and not have those transmit Mackie control, but to have them do something maybe like, you know, VST quick controls. So often what you would do, and I'm not sure, I don't have the icon or haven't worked with one, is you may have to switch in the control surface itself. So Cubase is just seeing whatever messages are being transmitted. Many control surfaces will have a mode to switch between like a Mackie control, hit a button, and then it's just transmitting MIDI CC messages. So probably in the icon controller, you would need to switch. And then once you switch to transmitting MIDI CC messages, at that point, it should be able to control different software synthesizers. So give that a shot, Rick. So look in the icon control, and then Cubase will automatically be able to use those messages for, you know, controlling VSTIs or quick controls. And then it won't be, you know, just transmitting Mackie control messages. So you probably have to just switch a function in the unit to go out of Mackie control into transmit MIDI CC mode. All right, so we see Benny from Sweden. Thanks for joining us. And Robbie Bowling, loyal user from Dallas, Texas area. So great to see you on the live stream. It says it's a cold day in Texas. All right, and we have Trance 2020 from Berkshire, UK. All right, so we have Stefan from Sweden. Okay. My chat field just jumped. I'm going to pop it out to a separate dedicated window here. Bear with me just for a second. Hopefully I won't lose. Okay, so we have Uno Memento checking in from Finland and Matthew Elston from London. Thanks for joining. Okay, so we have Obey's Work checking in from Jersey, UK. All right, and we have Jan from Stockholm. Thanks for joining us. All right, how can I use Cubase without audio interface? So I think you should be able to still run Cubase and see all the MIDI information. So if you wanted to just treat it as a MIDI sequencer, so if you don't want to do audio, you could do that. But if you just want to use like maybe the built-in audio interface of your computer, all you would have to do is to come over here to your studio menu to studio setup. When we go to your audio system, so if I wanted to do this just with the built-in audio on my Mac, I would say built-in audio. On the Windows platform, when we do this, we would say generic. There's a kind of generic, like a low latency MIDI driver. And then you could, have audio transmit directly through like an onboard audio interface. So if you're in a portable situation where you don't have an audio interface connected, you could still edit and do everything. So just come over here and go to your studio setup and just make sure that in the audio system, so under the studio menu, studio setup, that you could just define, generic low latency driver or built-in audio, depending which platform you're on. Okay, so we have a question. How would you use the logical editor to go about copying a series of MIDI notes like an arpeggio printed out in MIDI and then mute selected notes, copy and paste them and delete the selected notes? Okay, so let me go ahead and I'll just kind of create, sorry about that. Okay, so let me just go to another project here quickly. Okay, so let's say I just have like and I'll just record like a quick arpeggio on this using the Apache plugin. So I'll just come here. Okay, so I'll just kind of place this into record. Okay, so I'm going to generate these arpeggios real quick here. So I'm just going to do a freeze MIDI modifier. So now we have arpeggios right over here. So let's say we have our arpeggio. So, and the question is, and we want to mute selected notes and copy and paste those deleted selected notes. So let's say I wanted to take like all notes. I'll just make this larger so we could see it easier. So I wanted to select like these notes here. So one of the things that we could do is, let's say if these are muted, but I wanted to maybe cut and paste them to mute selected notes, copy and paste, and then delete the selected notes. I think what we could do, maybe if we wanted to take like these selected notes and extract them into a different track, which is what I think maybe the question is getting to. So let's say we'll go to our logical editor. So what I want to do, I think we would choose our extract function. And where we could also maybe say insert, let's try extract first. Okay, and we'll say type is equal to note. Our condition, let's say property, the note is selected. Okay, so now when I come over here, we'll say apply. So now when we've done this, we've now erased the notes from this particular event, and it will create a new audio event here, and this will just have the extracted notes that we took away. So if that's what you want to do, try to, under the logical editor, if you wanted to take those notes and kind of take them out of one part and put it into another part to maybe assign a different sound or different voice, try function extract, type is equal to notes, property is set to event is selected. You could also do, if you say, okay, I want it to be A2 and lower. So if I wanted to just come over here, instead of property is selected, we could say, so at this point we could say then value 1, the pitch is less or equal to A2. So, and that way we could extract notes that are lower or equal to A2 on a particular notes. So let me know if I misunderstood your question. Okay. All right, so we have a question from Alex Morgan. Hey, Greg, is there a project logical settings I can apply so that all selected tracks get renamed with the name before them? Example, strings become $sign strings. I like the $sign strings. All right, so let's set this up in a project logical editor. So let's say I have names audio 01 through audio 04. So I'll come over here and let's go to the project logical editor. So you could say, okay, I wanted to come here. We'll say, okay, media type is equal to, we'll say container type. So kind of at the, and we'll say container type is equal to track. And we'll say our property, the track is selected. And what we want to do, so we're going to say selected tracks, we want to add name. And then we could say prepend. So I will just come over here and let's put a $sign. So, and we're going to say function transform. So now when I hit apply, all of these will be $/audio. And if I want it to be $sign with a space, I can now come here. So now the selected tracks, I could prepend $sign and space. So when I come here, we can see $sign space /audio. So all right, so we see Soren in Sweden, and we have Fabio from Italy checking in. And we have Dark Star as well. John Costigan, we see is on from Kenosha, Wisconsin. We have the Cube. All right, so we see from Jay from Connecticut, would you be so kind as to demo how to export macro libraries from Cubase and how to import them to Nuendo? So there's no need to re-enter them manually from one system software to the next. So if you have macros, They could be transferred over if we go to the edit menu via a profile manager. So I'm pretty sure that the profile managers can interchange between Cubase and Nuendo. But if you wanted to go into your preferences, we could always just kind of come over here now if you wanted to do it manually if needed. So and I can't really show if you go to kind of this on the Windows platform, if you go to start menu and type in, Cubase 11, then you can just simply at that point go directly to like the application data folder. But if we come over here, let's say to library, and then I think we'll see, so we'll go to Cubase 11. And we will go to like a presets folder. Okay, so we'll see presets. And then in here, I think we should see a presets folder for key commands. So all your key commands would be, so if you created your own key commands and save them, they would automatically show up directly in the key commands file, and that's how you could transfer. So I don't think we have to do it as macros because the macros are stored within the key command. So just go into the preferences, into presets, and go to key commands right there. And then you can manually transfer, but I think that the exporting the profile manager will also do the trick. Okay, so we see why the export box is so big, can't see the option. So it could really depend on your screen resolution, but let's say if I wanted to do like an export audio mix down, so I've seen like on 13-inch Macs, but you could kind of just resize it kind of like this, but if, but you can make stuff bigger or smaller just by kind of resizing the top or bottom of the export window. Sometimes you may just come over here to export queue. That may make it a little bigger. So maybe you could try closing the export queue, but just try dragging from the top or bottom. And if you have the ability to run like a higher screen resolution, that will always help. So, but sometimes you don't have good options on like a 13-inch MacBook Pro. So. All right, so we have Lars Muller just says, saying hi from Copenhagen. Thanks, Greg, for always being so incredibly thorough and patient. Your help is much appreciated. So you're welcome. I'm just glad that I could be helpful to people and getting around their Cubase better. Okay, so it says, we have a question from Greg Audrey. How do I have Cubase default to using Hallian/Hallian Sonic when importing playing back MIDI files instead of using Hallian Sonic SE? So, when we do this, it's going to automatically, when we go to the preferences, we could come over here. So, and the preference is that it will automatically play back when we go to importing MIDI files, that we could have it, go to MIDI tracks, to instrument tracks, or to Hallian Sonic SE. The reason that Hallian Sonic SE is incorporated is because we know that every user that is running Cubase has a license for Hallian Sonic SE. So there isn't a setting to make it go to Hallian or to Hallian Sonic automatically. You could just have it go to instrument tracks and have that automatically and then manually assign them. But we don't want to necessarily have settings it is, you know, I realize that the Hallian Sonic SE is a subset of functionality of Hallian Sonic and Hallian. But this way, you know, when we do this, it's kind of guaranteed that it will import into something that's playable if the option is chosen. So there's no way to switch the instrument, but you could just have it do MIDI tracks or instrument tracks and have that automatically work. Okay, so we just see a question from Tall Sizer. Says, hi from Phoenix. Hope you're doing well in Phoenix. I haven't been there in a while. The marker lines are building up from the bottom to the top. It seems unnatural to me. Is there any chance to reverse the order? It would be great to hear from you. Okay, so let's say if we have different markers in our project here. So I'll go ahead and just drop in some markers. Let's say okay, so let's say we have like 8 markers. So when we do the markers here, so when we look at, I'm not sure if it's the marker window. So it's, let me just find it. So the marker lines are building up from the bottom to the top. It seems unnatural. So this, you know, looks like the markers are kind of just dropped in order. It's like from top to bottom. So I'm not sure if that is what you mean, but it looks like it's, you know, the very first one is at the top of the list. And as we go down, the list is just showing. Sometimes people may like come back here and let's say if we put a marker in, so let's say we drop markers 9 and let's say we come here and we drop a marker in afterwards, we can say, okay, marker 10 is now between markers 3 and 4, and we come here, we insert a marker, that will be marker 11, and then we have marker 12. So, but one of the things that we could do in a marker window here is, I think if we just go to functions, we could just reassign position marker IDs. So instead of going 1, 12, 2, 11, 3, 10, 4, I could just say reassign position marker IDs. And then once we do that, now it comes in order. So it may be depending on how you added the markers, but see if that makes sense under the reassign position marker IDs, if that helps. But it looks like it is from kind of top to bottom, but it could be the order that you actually, you know, added the markers into the project could be a factor as well. Okay, so we have a question. Is there a fast way to adjust pre-roll time using mouse click? So let's say if I want to play back, like starting at measure 7 here. So, and we could come over here to our transport, and we're going to make sure that we have pre-roll and post-roll activated. So once we have, I'm just going to this set up, so we can say, okay, we have okay, so we can see here's our pre-roll. So now if we wanted to have the pre-roll, we could just now kind of click directly here. So we could say, okay, when we do a pre-roll, we could go 1 beat, and just using the mouse, now I could say, okay, we want it to go 1 measure. So as we say, okay, I want to play at measure 7, I have pre-roll activated. We can say, okay, we're going to activate 1 measure. Or I wanted to activate, you know, we'll say 2 beats, 3 beats. So now I'm at measure 7. I could do 3 beats. So once again, just go to the transport, make sure that pre-roll and post-roll is on, and then you could just use the mouse scroll wheel to increment and decrement the pre-roll and post-roll values. All right. Okay, so we just see, okay, what is Discord? Thanks. So Discord is kind of, you can think of it as kind of like more like an interactive forum where, you know, you could find a collection of useful information. So and I'm sure Jazz Dude will probably share, and he shared the link so you could kind of sign up and check it out. But there's lots of wonderful resources available there. Right, just my chat field jumped on me, so let me just. All right, so we have a question. Why does the grid sometimes not lock in the MIDI editor? So let's say if we're here, you know, the grid can be activated and deactivated. So you want to make sure that you have this particular function and just the letter J, which is snap. So make sure that that is turned on. And now when we have a grid here, so let's say I have my grid set to half notes. So as I adjust, it's only going to adjust to the grid. So we could have the grid set, but if I hit the letter J, now I could place these notes freely in time anywhere. But once I activate the grid by hitting the letter J, and we'll see this light become illuminated, that we could come here and that will lock up. Now, one other thing that happens to people is you may have the timeline set to seconds, and you go, okay. And you could still have kind of, you know, the grid snap to, you know, like the quantized value. So, you know, make sure that you have the correct, you know, time format that you want to snap to, and then just make sure that you hit the letter J. So sometimes you may want to move an event and not have it locked to the grid. You know, oh, I just want this a little late. I want this a little early. That's when you would choose not to lock it to the grid, and you just hit J to disable snap. And then when you want it to be locked to the grid, you hit J to re-enable snap. So we just see, hi, this stream is excellent for Cubase. Any plans for something like this for Hallian? So, you know, if you have Hallian questions, you know, we'll be happy to kind of answer this, you know, so we take Hallian questions, the Grand questions, you know, Wavelab, Nuendo, so. All right, so we just see question, any plans to add sound libraries on Cubase 12 or other future versions? Because I'm in love with the last sound libraries from Cubase 11. So we can't really talk about, you know, other future stuff, but a lot of times there will be new content. So, but that's great that, you know, I think that the content that comes with Cubase is kind of underutilized by a lot of people. So we're great that you kind of have explored it and are utilizing it, but we'll see what comes in, you know, directly in Cubase 12 when it's released. All right. All right, so we have Greg Audrey, I think had a question earlier from Charlotte, and we have Tim Weinheimer. So we missed you last week on the Zoom meetup. All right. We have Kerwin Young, the famous Kerwin Young, checking in from Atlanta. All right, we have Dark Stars checking in from Niagara County, New York. Okay, so we have a question. Using guitar pedals as external effects, but I seem to be getting a dry signal pass through, even though the mix knobs are on 100%. Any help would be appreciated. You know, so sometimes when you're doing external effects, with, you know, make sure that, let me just reread this. So if you're getting a dry signal pass through, make sure, you know, you want to make sure that your audio interface isn't set to direct monitoring. So if your audio interface is set to direct monitoring, the input from the source goes directly to the output and bypasses any effects processing done in software, which would include the external effects, so that there's no latency imposed. So if you're kind of working with that and you're just getting a dry signal, it doesn't make sense, try to disable direct monitoring if that's enabled. And let me know if you have that setting, and hopefully that will help. All right, so we just see Peter checking in from Montreal, where it's a balmy minus 25 Celsius. Shoveling snow is how he started his day. So yeah, we had the storm miss us. It's been kind of warm, but we have just almost like flooding rain in Washington, D.C. area again today. So we're lucky we kind of missed the snow that a lot of people got. Okay, so we see Stefan just mentions, this is going back to Rick Ballantyne's question, icon ready to control both VSTI and quick control if you used a shift key on the icon. So that's good to know. Thanks. I figured most of the control surfaces have it. It was kind of a big omission in many control surfaces, very expensive ones in years past. All right, so we have Michael Pierce from outside London at Grand Chapel Studios. Thanks for being on the live stream and part of the community today. All right, we have Nick checking in. Thanks for joining. So we see from Jeff Sabelski, says wavetables and Hallian, and why I should stop playing the oboe. So yeah, once you get into like wavetable synthesis, it's a fun rabbit hole to get into. All right, we have Tiago checking in from Brazil. All right. So we have a question from Nick. It says, is there any way to change the note length of the chord track plays back, if not a feature request? So let's go ahead and take a look. So I will just come over here. Okay, so if I click on the chord track here, I think it will play back maybe for 4 beats. Let's say if I change my tempo here, let's see if that changes the playback speed, if it's tied to 4 beats. And let's say if I drag these down, let's see if it... So if we drag it down, the chords will last kind of the length until the next chord goes. But when we kind of audition chords, I think that is maybe set to a particular length.
But like when we drag, so we can see here that my E major chord comes 2 measures after the F sharp minor, but this F sharp minor chord, when I click here, lasts for 2 measures until the next chord starts. So, but I'll pass it along as a feature request regardless. Okay, so I just see a question. I have problems to mastering in Cubase AI. Please make a video. So, if you want to tell us like what particular problems you're having with, I'm not sure if it's like a mastering session or mastering audio or just mastering how to use. But if you have like particular things, that a particular aspect that's not clear, please feel free and ask. A lot of people will just take a 2-track audio file, and let's say if I just wanted to come here and I wanted to process a particular file, I could load it up. So, there's lots of different definitions on mastering and what mastering actually is for different people. So, if you ask mastering engineers, it could be, slightly different. But let's say if I wanted to now come over here and I just wanted to apply, let's just say, okay. And if I wanted to like process the audio file, just coming here, so say I have like a mix down file, I could say, okay, I wanted this to have, compression on it. And let's say I wanted this to have, EQ. And you can kind of see what frequencies are available. Let's go over here and say, okay, I just want to go to my saturation. And let's run it through like a maximizer. So you could, process audio, just like that. So, but if you could let us know if you wanted to master how to use Cubase AI or just figure out how to master within Cubase AI of processing the audio. So that would be helpful. Okay, so John Costigan is reminding everyone, including myself, that if you've learned a new tip or trick, that you should hit the like button. That enables us to continue to do these live streams and offer this as a service. So, and if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you do that. All right, so we have David Griffiths checking in from Wales and United Kingdom. Thanks for joining us, being a part of the community today. So I just see from Jeff Sabelski says, I wish that that uses anything but Cubase knew how to export a MIDI file project that includes a tempo track. Sometimes this could be a Cubase issue. So, if you, seems like someone can't, like the tempo track isn't coming across, go to the preferences. And I think when we go to import MIDI file, under MIDI file, that by default, it may say ignore master track events on merge. So make sure to uncheck that. And then if Even if the MIDI file had a tempo track and this was checked, the tempo track information would get lost in the MIDI file. It wouldn't be imported. So make sure that that preference is unchecked there, and that would help. So it may not be other programs that are causing that. It could be a Cubase issue where it defaults to, for some reason, not to import the tempo aspects. Okay, so we have Renan B says, "Hi Greg, greetings from Brazil. When I use audio alignment tool, it is modifying the reference audio. Is there a way to keep the reference intact? Thank you." So sometimes when I've seen, the few times I've gotten this question is when, let's say if I do my align audio, so let's say, I have this, but make sure that you unselect that particular file and when you add the targets. So I've seen sometimes people will have multiple files selected. So they may say, okay, they say, okay, I want this as my target. And then they come like this and say, okay, now I want all of these files to be, like I want this to be my reference. And they also select what was the reference file for the alignment. So make sure that you actually are just selecting the particular, that you're not reselecting the event. Sometimes it could also be that if the file was copied, that if you're doing a reference that it may be working on the same audio file, so that when it makes adjustments to the file, it might make adjustments to the original. But as you can see there, like, those are now kind of all lined up. So maybe if you could just check that and make sure that you're not working with maybe a copied part that's referencing the same exact audio file, but that would be helpful to know. Okay. All right, so we just see a question from Darkstar. Does Cubase still have the subfolders, audio, image, edits, etc. in the project folder? So yeah, when we come over here to a project, depending, so if I don't open my web browser and we look at, let's say if I come here we'll look at a project here. So I'll go to my documents. So let's say, when I come to this particular project, I could say, okay, let's come here to this project. So when I double click, we could have your images folder, your mix down folder, if you've done mix downs, track pictures, and all of your audio files if you have backups. So if you just wanted to kind of look, so let's say here in this project, I could have track pictures, mix down, images, a freeze, and audio subfolders. So in these subfolders, like, you won't have an audio folder until you record an audio file. You won't have a mix down until you have a mix down. You won't see track pictures until you add a track pictures, or freeze won't show up. So these are kind of automatically created as needed. So all right, so we see that John Costigan's going to email Michael Teams, I guess, 1 ton of electrons for his personal power source. That's very generous of you. All right, so we see Mark Rabin from Montana on the live stream. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we see from David Griffiths, Cubase 11.04 artist. Sometimes when I've imported a drum loop to a project, the very first kick drum seems to lack attack. Regardless if I chop it and repaste it, it still remains as if it's chopped at the very start. What could be going on, please? So I don't think I've come across that, but let's take a look. You know, one of the things that it could be, so let's just kind of pop over to, so let's say if I just wanted to listen to like this particular audio file. So we double click here. So let's say if we play this, and I'll change my tempo back to something reasonable. All right, so it could be maybe that the auto fades is set. So let's say if we say our auto fades in. So let's say if we have this set to like 251 milliseconds. So now if I want it to play this back, like, so make sure, you know, could be if you just kind of come over here, make sure that your auto fade settings. So see if you disable auto fades, if that makes a difference. So if on that particular track, if, you know, it's kind of missing the impact of the very first beat, you know, just come here and make sure that you have auto fades disabled and see if that makes a difference. Okay, so we have a question from Tiago. I have a project with many automated plugins. Sometimes when I automate a plugin, other specific plugin appears to have been automated in history list. Always the same plugin. What could be wrong? All right, so if it is, you know, if you're automating, you know, a plugin by moving the parameter with the mouse. So let's say if I come here and I have, you know, I'm automating this particular parameter using my mouse, that could be, you know, one aspect of it. Now, sometimes people will have, you know, if you're using a control surface, you may also come over here. Let's say if we go to your studio setup, check your generic remote and make sure that, you know, if you're using a control surface, that control surface function isn't defined, or that MIDI CC message isn't defined here. If it's always kind of doing the same plugin, I would kind of think that it might be that it's assigned in a generic remote for like this setting, you know, and it could be one of those things that you set up once and forget about. It's like, oh, I need it for this project. And every time that you would, you know, if you're writing with a control surface, that knob may still be automating kind of a different plugin, an unexpected plugin. So I would look in like the generic remote or see if it's also maybe possibly been edited with track quick controls or VST quick controls as well. But if you could let us know if you're automating via a control surface or just by moving the parameter with your mouse, that would be helpful. All right. All right. So we see a question from the Cube. Just make sure I didn't miss any in between. Okay. How do you reverse automation on the same track? For example, a riser into a fall with white noise using Retrolog. Use a lot of that in my tracks. So let's say if I wanted to, let's say we'll come over here to like a quick. So if I wanted a particular parameter, so let's say if we have this in Retrolog. So let's open this up. If I open up the correct thing, that would help. All right. So let's say if I wanted this to be, we'll go to like a noise generator. Okay. So let's say now what I want to do is to automate this parameter. So I will, let's say, automate this parameter. So let's see. All right, so I'll just come here. All right. All right, and I'll just turn that plugin off. Okay, so let's see if we... All right, so I'm going to try writing this in with my mod wheel. So for this parameter. Okay, so let's say if I learn CC. Okay, so I think if we have this as, so if we have it as kind of modulation, like as automation, we could, you know, I don't know of a way to invert that. Let me just. Okay, so this, we just have that. So if, depending on, let's say if you have the parameter and if it is set where it's going to be MIDI, you know, if it's going to be like a MIDI CC data, I think we could do it. But automation, I don't know a way to kind of invert the automation. But let's say if I wanted to take MIDI CC data. So let's say, okay, we have this mapped to modulation. Let's see if we could come here. This may only work with MIDI notes, but yeah. So if we want, you know, if you could have it as MIDI CC data to trigger that, you could try going to the functions and then just choosing like reverse or, you know, invert. But some controllers will automatically, you know, have inverted values as well so that you could write it. But, you know, I don't know of a way for kind of like inverting you know, automation data, but, you know, you can do some tricks with MIDI CC data. All right, so you see, hi Greg, many of my friends praise Pro Tools for its audio editing capabilities. Is it possible to have Pro Tools style editing audio workflow in Cubase? If so, can you demonstrate? So there's a lot of things that people kind of miss. So usually when I hear this, it's someone who doesn't know the capabilities of the combined tool, the combined range selection and and range and selection tool. So now that we have this, so it used to be that we could have a range selection tool, and then we would switch tools to have a range selection tool. But now we could combine these. So when we're at the top, it is a range selection tool, and when we're at the bottom, it's an object selection tool. So depending where you're at, but so if you wanted to do a tremendous amount of editing, I could come over here. Let's say, okay, I just want to do a fade in. I want it to come here and hold down my Alt or Option key when I'm in the range selection tool. I wanted to move this range. I wanted to, delete that particular range. I could just hit the delete key. I could also just come here and Control Shift X, and I could kind of do like a butt edit. Once I'm here, we could also just do a Shift X, and I could just say, okay, I just want to take that particular phrase and be able to, do clip gain. If I wanted to switch to, a pencil tool, I could just come right over here and draw in. So if I just tap, so, having this style of editing. So once I'm here, I could double click. Okay, now I wanted to edit my fade in. At this point, you just say, okay, and you could apply, and you could, sorry, hit the wrong button. But, all of these functions that people kind of expect from other programs, once we kind of navigate here and holding down different modifiers, we could slide the audio, have it automatically conform with your fades. You could do with the combined selection tools quite easily. So most people have, once they understand that, don't have a problem kind of with the editing workflows in Cubase. Okay, my timeline just jumped on me, so let me find my spot. Okay, so I think I'm okay. Okay, so I just see from the cube. Oh, and can you make a drum beat and groove agent entirely with the logical editor? So, the logical editor can kind of take existing, can edit, using kind of Boolean conditions and parameters to modify existing data. But usually, the logical editor is not really set up for actually creating data. Sometimes you could obviously manipulate data, but you can insert a note, but it's pretty easy to just kind of come, directly here and, use the drum editor. So once we come here, so let's say, to make a beat within the drum editor. So you could just kind of lay out and just say, okay, now I just wanted to take, different, different functions here. Say, okay. Or use like a MIDI plugin such as the beat designer. So, so while you could, I'm sure, come up with a convoluted way to make a beat within the logical editor, there's probably better tools that will allow you to do it, like the beat designer, or the drum editor is probably the most flexible beat creation tool around. All right, so from Jeff Sabelski, it says, Greg, an 11-minute composition was sent to me to add oboe, many tempo changes without tempo track. I want to punch in, add markers while reading the music without stopping the transport. So without stopping transport, is it possible? So let's say if we're kind of playing our project and we wanted to do something like that. So we'll just jump to a different project, and let's say I just wanted to add markers. So I could come over here. Let me just delete these tracks. Okay, so I'm going to add a marker track. And the key command on Windows, which I know you're running, Jeff, is for dropping a marker is just the insert key. And there isn't an insert key on Mac for some unknown reason. But you could also, like, even while you're playing and you just say, okay, I want it to just take that, just click on your insert key and you could drop markers. Like a lot of times if I'm doing editing, first time I may just come over here and say, okay, this is an arrangement or something really goofy here, you know, and we could have marker tracks for like arrangement or it's my pirate version of arrangement, but we could add another marker track. So let's say if we add another marker track, we could say this will be for mistakes. And then while I'm here, I could just say, oh, there's something I need to fix here. Okay, sounds like this is verse 1. All right, there's a mistake here I need to do. So while it's playing, you could definitely just kind of drop in all your markers without, worrying about, stopping playback to do it. So just hit your insert key and you can drop it in. You have up to 10 different marker tracks within a particular project. All right, so we have Robert just checking in saying, hi, Cubase World. So thanks for joining us. All right, and we have Mark Madsen checking in from Chicago. I hope you got through the snow okay. Okay, so you say, see from Andreas, I don't have a precise question about Halion 6, but it would be wonderful if we made a walkthrough of how to sample and use it as wavetables. So let's say if I just wanted to, come over here. So let's say if you wanted to do sampling, really all you had to do, I think I may even have a project that's kind of set up for this. So let's take a look. So just similar to what we did previously with the Groove Agent. Okay, so let's say if I have Halion open up here. So I'll give it a second. Okay, so I'm going to activate the sidechain input, and let's say, okay, I have okay, so what I'm going to do now is, and we could go, so I want to send MIDI directly to both instruments here, and we could actually kind of just come over here directly to like a little like drop down window. So if we wanted to so if we click here, we can say, okay, let's just come to sample, recorder, and editor. So we'll say, so I'm going to set MIDI to both of these, and we'll set our input source. We could do it from master. I'm going to enable this, and we'll say start to MIDI on, MIDI note on, MIDI note off. So as I do this, I will just and And we see that the samples are automatically populated, and you can make a MIDI file that does this as well, different velocity layers. You could let it go a long time if you wanted to. So I'm just playing up chromatically. So now once we're kind of there, we could have these particular samples, you know, and, you know, we could have this as a, you know, a particular sample format. Now, if we wanted to come over here, you could just say, okay, let's go to our program tree. And we could say, okay, now I wanted to, you know, once we come over, so let's say if I have these particular files now, let's just go ahead and we'll drop these. So we could also just kind of make our slots here. So let's say we have this, so we could kind of just start off with a program. And now that if we wanted to go to like a new program, we could say, sorry, just have an incoming phone call. You know, at this point, we could just say we want to do a new. I haven't done this in a long time. So let me just start off from scratch here real quick. So if we want to start and have this work with wavetable, so we could say we want to do a new zone. So we could just say we want to do a new wavetable zone. And then at this point, you know, you could drag and drop any of the audio files into like the wavetable zone. So we could actually, let's just start here. And I think we could actually just say, let's do a wavetable plus browser. And at this point, we could just choose different samples that we've done. So it's, you know, and then just kind of drop them in and be able to do the wavetable. So let's say if I just wanted to take, see where I could find some quick files. All right, so say I want to take a bass sample here. That now we could, you know, take our different samples and do, you know, kind of different wavetable editing on it. So, you know, so kind of check that out. But, you know, if you want to have, you know, more extensive Hallian stuff, if you want to just email me to clubcubase@steinberg.de. And there's also a wonderful series, I think it's A Man and a Song, which I think Jazz Dude is referenced as well. All right. Okay, so we have a question. How can I copy effects inserts across multiple channels in the mixer view? All right, so let's come over here. Let's add a number of tracks. All right, so let's say, and in this, I will come here. So let's say I want it to have so if I wanted to have these effects and I wanted to copy to, so let's say I'm going to select a number of channels. So let me just say, okay, we'll select. All right, I have my keyboard on the wrong computer, sorry. Okay, so I have, like, let's say we'll go to my insert view. So I have all of, let's say I have like these tracks selected, and we switch now to my insert views. I think if we go to the bottom here, right click, and then we'll see copy first selected channel settings. And now I have these channels selected. I could, and if you go to the very bottom here, it will turn to a hand. And at that point, we can choose to paste settings to selected channels. And let me just make sure I did this correct. So we'll copy the first selected channel settings. And then paste. So just when it turns into a little hand, copy the settings and then paste settings to selected channels. Okay. So just see a question from Mark Rabin. I was wondering if there's a way to only allow notes in a certain key. I'm a fan of Very Audio. It hears things I don't pitch correct. All right, so just seeing if there's a way to only allow notes in a certain key. I'm a fan of Very Audio. It hears things I don't use pitch correct on. I'm not trying to sound robotic. So, you know, within the Very Audio, so there isn't a way to automatically lock it to particular keys. But let's say if I have Very Audio kind of activated, we could kind of use colors. So if I take this particular MIDI part here and we generate the chord track, so I will come over here to my project to chord track and we'll create chord symbols. And now that we've done that, we see our chord symbols have been populated. And if we go into the Very Audio editor, that we'll see this, and we could choose to colorize based upon the chord track. So here we could see that green notes are within the chord, blue notes are within these kind of aqua colored notes are within the scale, and red notes are out of scale. So you could see just, you know, if I move this to a red note, we know that the red note will be bad. This will be within the scale. There isn't like a scale correction in Vari Audio like the MIDI key editor, but using those colors should be able to help. See, Jeff Sabelski has shoveled enough snow in Michigan that he has child labor post-traumatic stress disorder. So that was always my job too. My brother somehow got out of it. All right, so we see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas is joined. So he's going to start giving out the virtual ice cream. All right, so we have a question from Mark Davenport. Retrospective MIDI record in cycle mode places MIDI in a single part when I first insert the data, but if I try to add more data on a second pass, all the data goes into separate parts on separate lanes. Okay, so let's just start a new project here. So let's come over. Okay, so we'll just so let's say I doing a quick cycle record. So move this over, and let's say I was just playing here, and I'll put it into cycle. All right, sorry about that. So let me just. So I'll do two measures, and let's say I was just kind of playing around. So I wasn't recording, but let's say I'm just kind of noodling. Okay, so now at this point, we go to our retrospective record. We can choose to insert as a cycle recording. So now that we've done that, you know, we could see kind of all of our parts, and they will show up as individual lanes. So let's say if we show our lanes, that we could see the individual parts here. So one thing, if I'm understanding, it just says mode places MIDI in a single part when I first insert the data, but if I try to add more data in a second pass, all the data goes into separate parts on separate lanes. So this could be set up for maybe cycled recording. So if you go to the record modes, try to set the cycled MIDI recording only to mix as opposed to stacked MIDI, and this will allow you to kind of merge, or if you wanted to overwrite or keep the last events. So check your cycle MIDI record modes option. And again, you can see that just to the left of the AQ setting here, and then just see what your setting is here in the cycled MIDI recording. See, comment on snow. It says you haven't shoveled snow until the snow is so deep that you run out of places to throw the snow, or the piles are way over your head. So that's a bummer. That I had big piles, and then about a month ago, and then the snowplow came and blocked me in. So it was a lot of fun. But I made a big pile for my son to go down, like it was his little hill. So which just lasted over a month, just melted today in rain. See, John Costigan is telling Michael Teams that we were just saying nice, kind, and considerate things about you. Too bad you missed it. It's over now. So we can continue for Michael Teams. So. All right, so I just see pressing 1 on this screen does not take me to the start of my loop. So pressing 1 on the screen will take you to the left locator. So if you're pressing 1, so let's say if I click here and I hit 1, that will take you to the left locator. If you wanted to go to the to the event beginning, if you have the event selected, I think we could come over here and just say, you could, go to particular time positions, or you could move events, or just, there's another method you could do, but the 1 will just by default will take you to the left locator. All right, we see Michael Teams has granted John Costigan 8 scoops of blackberries and cream ice cream. So, okay, so we have a question. How can I keep the edit channel or the E open as I select different channels? So let's go ahead and take a look. We jump to a different project here real quick. So let's say some audio files. Okay, so let's say now if I we'll activate this project. Okay, so I have the edit channel settings. So let's say I have this, and I'm just gonna I'm gonna right click and keep always on top. So now when I jump to different tracks, this will automatically just maintain the selection right there. So as soon as I just have this open, so we see that this is now track overhead L. If I wanted to go to scratch guitar, I click there, and all these channels, this will automatically select the selected track, but this could be contingent on a preference. So let's take a look, maybe under editing, project and mix console. So let's see if we do the sync selection to project window and mix console, if that affects this. So we're on snare top. So that will affect it. So make sure that you have the preference enabled here under editing, project and mix console, sync selection in project window and mix console. So once that is enabled, now if you have the edit channel strips, whatever channel you select here will automatically show up and be reflected in the edit channel settings. So you could have that one edit channel open and then just see the currently selected track. So we see question, would it be possible to use my old Mac Pro Tower or any other computer to process some VST with Cubase 11 or in the future Cubase 12 with the 3 activation option? So you could run Cubase 11 and be able, like if you have Cubase 12 and if you put Cubase 11 and activate the use the USB e-licenser on that you could access those sounds. And if you have a digital audio connection between the two, you could come over here to your device setup and go to the VST system link. And then you could, if you have a digital audio connection, you could send MIDI information or synchronize two different computers. So you could run your Cubase 11 license via e-licenser on one machine, or you could run it via and run version 12 with the new license, the activation manager, the Steinberg activation manager on Cubase 12. But I don't think you'll be able to run, I haven't tested or don't know that if you'll be able to run Cubase 12 on multiple machines at the same time. So I think it might be just one machine at a time, but you could have 3 machines ready to go. So. Okay, Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. Okay, so Mark Rabin just saying thanks for doing what you do, Greg. So you're welcome. Hope people learn a couple tips and tricks. So I just see, could you explain the settings in a DSP mixer for the UR28M to link output levels, alternate, independent, what the difference is, etc. So I think if you use independent, and I haven't used this in a long time, but I have a UR28M in my closet still. But with the UR28M, it has 3 stereo outputs. So I think if you have it in independent mode, that it will that basically you have 3 separate stereo outputs. But if it's in alternate mode, that it is going to basically it's basically going to be utilizing the master volume control for one for like a multi-channel. So we have a lot of people that would use it for like a 5.1 output. So one of the modes allows you to use to have 3 separate volume levels for each of the stereo outputs. And then the other mode allows you to have that one master volume knob for all the channels, like if you're working in 5.1 mode. So that's kind of the difference between the 2 different modes. I forget which mode does which exactly, but that's kind of the intended difference. All right, so I just see question, using the new SSL UC1 and the SSL channel strip, would it be possible to have only one plugin Windows open at a time and then have it follow the selected track so I could go from one track to another? I believe that you could make a macro to, go down to the next selected track, open the interface window as you switch. But currently it won't automatically follow between the 2. I think it's like the SSL software, doesn't quite necessarily follow the track selection the way that it could. So, all right. Thanks for all the great questions. All right, so we just see, anyone know any quantizing shortcuts? So I'm not sure if it's keyboard shortcuts that you want, or if it's, but once you're kind of here, there's a lot of keyboard shortcuts that you could use. So let's say if you go to the key commands, like what I have mapped out on my personal studio computer is, for all the for the different quantized values. So if you get to quantize category, so here, you could enable audio warp, quantize on and off, freeze, MIDI quantize, auto quantize, to different rhythmic values to, where you could toggle dotted values or triplet values. Also where you could quantize MIDI event lengths, but most of the time, just Q for quantize of the selected material. And you could set up key commands for other functions. just reading through. Okay, so we see a question from Matthew Elston. Question, please. How could you give an example of how/why I would use extra channels 2 through 16 on an instance of Hallian, please? So let's say if you wanted to, we'll just kind of start off. So I may be able to actually show it in a project without having to reset it up. Okay, so like when I come here, like in this particular project, I'll just get all my samples loaded. You know, when I listen to this, I have one kind of instance. So when we do this, all of these sounds are coming from one instance of Hallian. So I have 13 different sounds. I have a flute, an oboe, bassoon, horns, two horns, violins, like two violins, violin two, violas, you know, cellos, bass, and some other. So this, in this case, you know, I'm using not just one instance for Hallian 1, but I have multiple tracks that are accessing one particular VST instrument. So that's how you could use, so instead of opening up 15 instances of Hallian 6, I could have one instance, and then when I needed to do editing, I could just come over here, and as I select different channels here, that we would have those different instruments just automatically show and reflect in the macro editor section. So let me know if that's what you wanted to know, but sometimes it's convenient having a lot of access to a lot of sounds within one user interface. Okay, so we just see a question. It's about the e-licenser and licensing. So it says, I'm a bit out of the loop. So will the changes force you to move from the dongle, or will you be able to use either option? So, you know, Cubase versions, Pro like 11 and earlier, will be utilizing the USB e-licenser, like Cubase Artisan Pro. And there's a new license identity system that's going to be utilized for Cubase 12 and later. So it's not going to be a hybrid thing because it's, you know, tied in really deeply to the code level. So at that point, so newer versions starting with 12 will be utilizing a new license activation system, kind of an identity-based system. So, and seems to be working really well for Dorco users that have already kind of migrated to the new system. All right, so we have Hans O, I think it's Ronenbach, says, sorry I'm late to log in, so you don't have to apologize. There's no tardy slips, but we're happy that you could join us. Okay, so we just see kind of a clarification from David Griffiths saying his autophage is off. So let's say for a particular project, so let's go ahead and it's kind enough to name the loop. So let's take a look at it. Okay, so we'll just find this. Okay, so we see synthwave, drum loop, 100. Okay, so I think this is the loop that was in question. So, all right, so say if we listen to it here. Okay, and we'll play it from the beginning. Okay, and I will just copy this and all right, so let's say synthwave drum loop 100 002 underscore NC from Night Call. So all right, so it seems, let me know, David, if I'm doing something differently, but it seems like the very first one is playing back. If you have processing on it, see if maybe there's a compressor or something on it that might be affecting kind of the initial attack. So if we have, maybe a compressor that we come over here, say, okay, now when you play back, but see if there's any processing, but it kind of sounds the same to me. Let me know if that is different than what you're experiencing with that. But, and if I think I have the same loop that you mentioned. So, and you said 108 BPM. So I'll just try that as well. See if that makes any. So see if there's any processing at all on the particular channel. So just see Jazz Dude just mentioned about the dongle. It says when the license server is down, you can still work. So you could still work the same way in the new licensing system. So it doesn't check into the license server. All right. Okay, my chat field jumped on me. So let me just find my spot. Okay, so we have a question. I want to manually draw an automation line for a VST parameter. In some other DAWs, I click on a parameter, press a shortcut, and that automation line pops up. It seems much more convoluted here. All right, so let's say I open up a parameter here. So it could depend on if the coding of the plugin. So a lot of plugins will allow you, as per the VST specification, that let's say, okay, I want it to go to this parameter, that you could right click on the parameter and show that parameter to draw in the particular automation value. So just right click and show that on the automation track. So you could do that. So, but if your plugin hasn't been clever enough to implement that, something that you could do is come over to the automation panel, which you could access by hitting F6, going to the settings, and there's a reveal parameter on right. So as soon as I wanted to automate anything, I could come here, and then that parameter will automatically show up, and then you could just kind of make changes on that particular parameter. So depending on if the plugin takes full advantage of VST3, then you could automatically show the parameter of, like so. So it seems pretty straightforward. Okay, so it says we have a question. When I use a sampler track, is there a way to have each track be triggered by a different drum pad so you can tap out beats in real time? So let's go ahead and take a look. Show you here. I would have that. Let me just look for this one project here. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's just. Okay, so let's say, if we wanted to have a number of different samples, so let's say if I wanted to just kind of hit, if you have a number, because generally the sampler track can play, so, when we want to work with sampler track, so all you would have to do is, let's say we drag this into a sampler track. So this will create our sampler track, and we would just choose what MIDI note this responds to right here. So, and now this is only going to respond to this one particular note. And if I wanted to, make a sampler track again, so I will come here, and let's say even if I just go to media, and if I just wanted to take that particular event and drag it down again, we could say, okay, now I only want this to be on, beat 2. So at this point I could say, okay, I just want this particular note to start. So I could have, and let's say I wanted this sample to start here. So we could choose to, have the sampler. But if you're going to be doing that, I would probably suggest, instead of using the sampler track, which is intended for kind of, in creating multiple sampler tracks, is just to, take this and create a instance. If you wanted to do like beat programming, probably the easiest way is to just, drag and drop your samplers into Groove Agent SE, because this is intended to have multiple samples. So each pad could have its own samples. We can, drag and drop any audio directly to the different pads, and these pads will line up, not only visually next, visually, like your pad layout, but each of these can also be split, so that if I wanted to come here, I could say, okay, we could send these to 32 outputs. So if you're thinking of maybe adding multiple sounds that you want to play to multiple sample tracks, it might be easier to take those samples and load it into Groove Agent that specifically deals with multiple samples. So you could do it and just kind of say, okay, this is in the sampler track, this is only going to respond to, these particular pitches, and it's not going to respond to anything else. It's only going to respond to D1, and it's only going to respond, to C1 when we go to this one. So when we play these together, but instead of having separate tracks, consider maybe putting it into Groove Agent SE. You could get to the same end result, but this might be kind of a workflow that may make a little more sense, especially aesthetically, because it kind of matches, like, you know, many different drum pad controllers. All right, so just see just more discussion on the sample, on the licensing. It says, yeah, I get that. Work with 3 PCs in total. The dongle isn't going to be an option. That's kind of a letdown. So, but you can just simply have 3 different PCs sharing your one license between the different computers. So I think you'll be happy with the results. And all right, so we see a question: how to load AU plugins in Cubase, please. So Cubase only supports VST plugins, so there's more VST plugins than AU plugins by far. So there may be some, like, really some plugins that are free that some people will create, but you'll have significantly more VST plugins than are available for AU plugins. All right, so we see Gareth has been able to grace us with his presence on the live stream, and he's saying hi to all the Cubase City rollers. So, all right, and we're glad to have you back, Gareth. So we hope you're doing well. And he says he's been busy working, so understand. All right, so Nick is saying Dave the Songle and wants people to smash the like button. All right, and Michael Pierce is also just kind of answering about the AU plugins. It says most AU plugins are shipped with VST versions as well, though not Logic stock plugins, though. So I don't think Logic stock plugins will work in other AU hosts. So it's kind of fixed to the particular. Application. So it's probably not an actual AU plugin. So, all right, wonderful to see Luca from Munich on the live stream. So thanks for joining us. So we see Jazz Dude just saying Hot Mess didn't do a song about Save the Dongle yet. So I like Dave the Songle. That'll be a good song title. Anyway. See, Gareth is just mentioning that he's overworked and underpaid over there. So I always liken my job to being an Oompa Loompa in a world full of Willy Wonkas. Okay, so you just see, hi Greg, question. Cubase 11 Pro cannot add tensions to an empty chord pad when I try to create a chord. Also, any tips and tricks on chord pads you can give? Thank you. All right, so let's go to our chord pad setup. So I'll just go to an empty chord pad here. And so when I click on the setup, I could just say, okay, let's go to D sus2 7th with a G sharp in bass. So, here we could have, different, so we could have, our different chord tensions here. Now, something that could, have an impact. So, as soon as I click here, I get kind of this dialog box. I could also, let's say if I'm here, let's see, if we do it, click on assign pads from chord input, I could just say, I could, just play the chord and be able to do that. So that looks like it's fine. Now, it could also be, there may be different chords. So let's see, sometimes if you have a chord track within the particular project, what's helped when some people have mentioned this, and something I think that's on the chord track and not the chord pads, but you could go to the setup voicings. So maybe it could be in the style where it's only going to be triads, and not allowing you to have, more than 3 notes. So check that there, and that would be under within the chord track itself. Go to setup voicing, because you may have it set to like really simple chords. So just again, go to setup voicing and make sure that you don't have just triads selected. All right, so we see Watchers checking in. Says he's thinking of switching from Ableton to Cubase or Studio One. Still haven't decided yet. So I think that if you switch to Cubase in the near future, you'll automatically get upgraded or updated to version 12. So we are within the grace period, and and as you're switching, that these live streams will be a wonderful source. So we hope that you make the decision to switch to Cubase, and you could kind of get all of your questions answered in these live streams that we do for 8 hours a week. All right, so we have Rodham Pick who's joining us. So thanks for joining and being part of the live stream. Okay, so we just see from John Koskin, says, I hope the undos are well. So we're all doing great. So I've been luckily healthy so far and have been affected by COVID. So his question is, while using the free warp on the first word of a vocal line, I introduced a tiny thump or click at the end of the word. The rest is okay. Any suggestions? So let's see if I could maybe recreate that. So let's jump to project here, and let's say I'll do some free warping. Okay, so I will just come over here. Let's get to my vocal, and I will just kind of adjust some hit points. Okay, so, and I'm going to go ahead and just kind of create warp markers based on that. So now when I go to my free warp, so when we enable this, let's say we want to do kind of the very first word, so let's say, as I move, I've seen some people, like as you do free warping, will accidentally kind of like, sometimes you may just kind of accidentally kind of, put an extra hit point in when you do this, and instead of like, as you hover over that, it's kind of moving the line. So when you see the cursor go from the warp marker, go from orange to kind of white, that indicates that that is being set. So I've seen some people accidentally kind of do stuff like that. Now, if you want it to, if there's kind of just like a weird, anomaly with that, if we go to, the free warp, you could just click on reset and that will kind of take you back and you could see if maybe there's something in the file itself that maybe you didn't catch until after it was warped, but give that a try. And if you want to email me a link to a project, I'd be happy to kind of take a look at it for you, and I could see the actual edit. Jazz Dude wants people to smash the like button. All right. David Griffiths has indicated he's smashed the like button. Okay, so just got a message from Robert Dudzik. I'll call him right after the live stream. All right. All right, so Michael Teams has granted me 1 gallon of pistachio nut ice cream for my family and myself. Thank you. All right, so Uno Momento is just saying the weather forecast for Finland is 7 degrees below zero, snow over 1 meter, in places 3 meters, wind from southeast 6 meters per second. So we hope you get through the storm okay. All right, so we see from Stephen Bowler, just says, hi, Greg. So CC121 is discontinued. Do we know how long existing owners might enjoy support with Windows 11 compatibility, et cetera? Thanks. So people are still using, Steinberg Houston controllers that were discontinued in 2001, 2002. So, I think it should be supported for a long time, probably because a lot of the developers have CC121s and use it. So they'll kind of make sure that it's kept up. And, Steinberg and Yamaha are pretty good about maintaining compatibility with newer operating systems. Okay, reading through some more. All right, so just see question. I did everything I needed in order to get Cubase LE. I bought a couple of hardware products. One had Cubase as part of the purchase. But when I attempt to use it, it says my access number is already in use. So if you run into that, sometimes what we have with some hardware products is someone may buy a hardware product, activate the code, and then return the product and still keep the license activated. So we have that a lot with like hardware purchases. If something was returned to the store and there's no real way for the store to verify that. But if you reach out to if you send a support request form through your My Steinberg account, or if we, reach out to your local Steinberg tech support, depending which country you're in, some of them may have like an independent tech support that they should be able to get you a new authorization code. Sorry about that. Okay, so just see question. How do you get the range selection tool to follow a preset marker range? So let's say if we have like, I'm just going to activate my snap. So let's say if I wanted my range selection tool to follow. So if I have my range selected, we can just use the left and right arrows and keep the marker range. So if you wanted to do that, so I'm not sure if that's what you want to do, but using the left and right arrows, you could do that. And if you hold down, Alt or Option, you could have it resized based upon and if you hold down Alt or Option plus Shift and use the left and right arrows, you could just kind of change the range and without modifiers. So with just the Alt key, we could extend with the left or take the start and extend to the right. Or if we hold down Shift, I could take the left side of the range and be able to kind of move that. So let me know if that's what you want to do. If not, just ask again. All right, so we see Pablo on the live stream, so it's wonderful. Great, you can make it as well, Pablo. We see that Gareth is very excited for Pablo's presence. All right, so we have the full Hot Mess contingent. All right, Darkstar wants people to hit the like button. All right, so we see Jeff Sabelski says, Greg, thank you. I unchecked ignore master track events on merge from the MIDI preferences. Voila. So yeah, I've been trying to get that preference, the default state of that preference unchecked for a while. So okay, so see, I have new songs to play bass on, so looking forward to it, Gareth. So we see an addendum from Jeff Sabelski. All tempos in project are now matching the MIDI with the included WAV files. You absolutely sense the issue of preference setting immediately. Can you float too? So I'm working on it. So. All right, so we see just from Mark Rabin, just says, Greg, thanks. I see any way, any way to limit scale suggestions in chord track, like dominant seventh arpeggios seem to bring me odd suggestions for scales. So generally, the scales, sometimes, it could be a tricky thing because, some people will always want, it's like, oh, I want the scale to be limited to it. But, we don't want to necessarily make everyone's music only be in a particular scale without accidentals, without other chords. So we give you the option of colorizing events based on a particular scale so that that it's within scale. But even like a lot of musical harmony, like harmonic concepts, are based upon like, no parallel fifths, no parallel octaves, or kind of, backwards engineering of what Bach did. But Bach would throw in, accidentals all the time as embellishments. So, so we don't want to necessarily limit your productions to only being key, because you may go, okay, I want to change the key here, or I just want to do, like, instead of a minor second chord in a major key, I may want it to be a 5 of 5 and have that be a major chord, which is the dominant of the fifth chord to set up a modulation. So sometimes we try not to limit your capabilities or impose harmonic restrictions, because then people get mad that, it's like, oh, I can't even, do a particular harmony that I wanted to, and Cubase stopped me from doing it. So it's kind of a difficult balance at times. See Jazz Dude successfully getting rid of spam bots, and he's the chat sniper. So we appreciate your help. Okay, so I just see question. How can I precisely set the tempo to an imported MP3 song to cover it? So, if you wanted to precisely set the tempo, we can come over here and just have this file here. So let's say I just have an audio file that has no correlation to the bar and beat. So as we turn the click on, so I could select the event, go to the project menu, and go to tempo detection. And then we may have some settings like this will be detected on the offbeat. So I could do multiply by 2, divide by 2. And now we've derived a tempo of an audio file that didn't have a straight tempo. So once again, just come over here to select the event, go to project, and just do tempo detection. You can do it for MIDI or audio sources. So just see nice orchestral piece there. So I think it's a Schubert's fifth. So he did okay. He was an okay composer. Good songwriter, wrote good tunes. Okay, so I just see question. When playing my keyboards, hit middle C, it seems to switch settings, opening save, or other screens functions like it was assigned short key commands. I've made no macros or been in preferences. So my guess is that you have a controller that's kind of doing a Mackie control setup. So when we come over here, you may have to, so let's say if you have a generic remote or Mackie control, you'll have MIDI ports that are defined that are carrying over the Mackie control port, that maybe you have this set to, instead of to a particular port for the control surface, that this may be set to in all MIDI inputs. So if, come over here, look at generic remote or Mackie control and make sure that these assignments are actually set up correctly to a particular port and not to all MIDI inputs. So if you have a Mackie control and you have this set to all MIDI inputs, when you hit a key, that will do particular functions in the Mackie control or generic remote that you're describing. So once again, this is under your studio menu to studio setup. Look under like your controllers here, so generic remote or Mackie control. And I think you'll find a solution there. Okay, so we have a question from Pablo. VST Connect can be used if the computer receiving the audio does not have a connected interface. Gracias, amigo. So Pablo's from Galicia, España. So yes, you can. So, the audio, you just need some way probably. So if you don't have a connected audio interface, you could use it with your built-in audio interface. So if you're doing something remote and, it's helpful that if the person being recorded has an audio interface, but you don't have to have a connected audio interface, you could use the onboard audio interface, especially if you're just tracking and being the engineer. Okay, so we have a question. So it says, hello, Greg, question. Can you please explain when we need cycle markers? Okay, so let's say this was a live concert that was 2 hours long. Okay, so I will come over here and I wanted to be able to break apart the individual songs within our 2 hour concert. So what I could do is I'm going to come and let's add a marker track. Okay, and I'm just going to use my range selection. So I say, okay, this is song 1. So I'm going to add cycle markers. And we say, okay, they talked for 3 minutes in between. That's where song 2 starts, song 3, and we could name these markers as needed. Okay, so let's say, these are all of our different songs. So now what I wanted to do was to export all of these songs, but based upon the cycle markers. So now when I come here to export audio mix down, I can say, okay, I want to do my stereo out, but I want it to utilize all of my markers here. And let's go ahead and put these into, we'll create a new audio track. So I'll say, let's export. So instead of having to, do all sorts of horrific editing on the original file, which we probably want to remain intact, and this will work for multi-tracks as well, I can come over here. And once I could keep kind of longer contiguous files, and as I just come over here, we're going to export these. And now each of these cycle markers, those regions, will create new audio files with the input and output based upon the cycle marker. It'll be on our last one here. All right, so now when we look at our project, we can see that each of those defined regions with the cycle marker can now be set up for to isolate different songs. And in Nuendo, we use this for setting up like ADR sessions. So if you wanted to, the person needs to re-record a particular phrase or this line where they go in and re-record all the lines, we could set cycle markers for each line, and then you could just navigate to overdub each line based upon the cycle markers, and those can even be imported from CSV files from spreadsheets and stuff like that. All right, so Dark Star is saying he doesn't feel tardy. Probably in nice little Van Halen reference, I think. Okay, so I see from JVI, he's just saying, and maybe I misunderstood. He says, I think the Hallian question was how to load several instruments in Hallian. They automatically get loaded to different MIDI tracks, 1 through 2, 1, and then 2 through 16. How do you hear all of them? All right, so I'll just do this. Sorry if I misunderstood. Thanks for the clarification, JVI. All right, so I'm going to start with adding an instrument track, and we'll do this with Hallian. Okay, so let's say we have this. All right, and now. All right, so now if I wanted to, once we have an instrument track loaded, if I wanted to work multi-timbrally with it, I could now just come over here. So we see that we're on Hallian 6 MIDI channel 1. So I'll add, let's say, 6 MIDI tracks. And since we have this selected, I do this. Now this will be Hallian track, port 1, port A, MIDI channel 2, MIDI channel 3, MIDI channel 4. So if I say, okay, now let's add brass to channel 2. And I wanted to go to an organ. We could just say, okay, I wanted a jazz organ part. So, and now anytime that I would select the device, so let's say now I come here, that would automatically select the event inside of Hallian. So let's say, okay, now I want it an ancient pluck on channel 5, so these would automatically, and I go up, and so that's how you can kind of get access to multi-timbral capabilities in Hallian, or Hallian Sonic. Hallian Sonic SE will work in very similar ways. So let me know if that helps, JVI. Thanks for letting me know. Sorry, sometimes I get dense. All right, we see Kai Wen Franklin on as well. Thanks for joining us. Okay, just looking for, sorry, my chat field jumped on me, so I just have lots of questions coming up. Okay, so I think I'm in the ballpark here. Okay, so we see a question from Hans. So it says in Cubase 10.5, when I set the length of a project in project setup, for example, 3.14 minutes, click OK, play the project, stop, then the length is back to where it was before, 15 minutes. Does not matter if I save. So let's go ahead and try the project setup, and we can do this from going to the project menu to project setup. And here we could set length. So let's say the project duration. So let's say if I set this to 24 minutes and hit OK. So if I come to the project setup there, so that seemed to work for me. So let me just try, So let me just, so it could be that maybe, so here it went to a minimum of 15 seconds. So it could be that, So we could think of this as frames, seconds, minutes, hours. And then we could go beyond, we could go into days. So there might be a 15-second minimum needed for the project. So you might be entering, while you're thinking you're entering in 3 minutes. This isn't necessarily, I think that this is going to be set up for frames or milliseconds, seconds, minutes, hours. So it could be that there might be a minimum project of 15 seconds, which is if you enter in 3 seconds, you might be entering in 3 seconds and 14 milliseconds. So give that a try, hands, and let me know. See, Kaiwen Franklin is asking for a pillow instead of ice cream because he's trying to fight off not falling asleep. All right. Okay, so we have a question. How to delete numbers when renaming my tracks using the logical editor? For example, if my tracks names are like 00 kick, how do I get rid of the numbers? Thanks. Okay, so let's say we have numbers here. So I have like counting in 601, MIDI 01 through MIDI 06. So I want to get rid of track numbers. So let's go to our project logical editor. So we'll say container type is track. We'll say, I'll just kill this. And let's say name. All right, so say if we do name 0 with blank. So let's see. All right. All right, so let's see if I come here. All right, so that just replaced it all. Let me just see, there might even be a preset for this. Let's say naming. Okay, so say if we generate a name 0, let's just make this blank. Just replace. Let me undo. Okay, so I'll just come here. We'll say name. So we'll say replace search string. Okay, so we'll come here and say name. And then replace search string. Let's say 0. And then I'm just going to hit the space bar. So let's say I'll hit 1 and the space bar. So let's add name, replace search string 2, and then hit the space bar. So now when I come here, so we should see 3, 4, 5, 6, stay. But now when I come here, I say, dink. So at that point, you could just kind of rename. So try to replace search string, and I think that will do it for you. And just kind of do that for all the numbers. All right, so we see Kai Wen Franklin. So did I miss some Cubase 12 news? So there's nothing new. No news announcements on Cubase 12. So it'll probably be when it's released. We'll have lots of news to share then. All right, so we see Graham Witchers just saying the weekend is here, everyone. So my weekend will start about 10 o'clock tonight. Have been working over the past few days getting my Yamaha Motif Rack XS set up as an external instrument, and it works. So it's great. So okay, so you just see David Griffiths. This is with the loop. It says, thanks, Greg. Weirdly, that isn't a loop. Really sorry. It has a kick. So let me just take a look, see if I could find that one, if I still have it. I think it was under Night Calls, if I remember the name. I think it was a synthwave drum loop 100. So I'll just say. So I'll just try this one. Okay, so let's see. This one has a kick, so maybe it's. So this one starts with a kick, so I'll just copy it, and we'll see if there's any sonic difference between it starting at measure 1 or not. So sounds the same to me, but if you want to share a project with me with a particular loop, I'd be happy to kind of listen to that one just to make sure. Okay, so I just see it's this one, synth drum loop wave full. So I guess I was lucky and guessed the right one. So, but that seems to be working. David Griffiths here. So let me know if you have any processing on that particular track, or if you just start a brand new project. All All right, so we see from Hans, he says, I upgraded to Cubase 11, but I have some projects left in Cubase 10.5. So yeah, for the most part, all your 10.5 projects will load in 11. All right, so we see from Kai Wen Franklin, so still no list of updates in Cubase 12 that we can see. So no, generally we don't announce like features in advance, just kind of, it's a bad tease for customers. So, we'll, when it's out, we'll be happy to kind of show you all the wonderful stuff that's in the next version of Cubase 12. All right, so we see the new Hit Mess song is, wow, I'm just saying that. So looking forward to playing bass. Okay, so we see, getting back to this while we have this open. So David Griffith says, it was when I put them back to back, it cut the first kick marginally, so lost some of the attack. So, when you do this, you could probably just snap, like if you set your grid here to, let's say, snap to events. So now when I do this, it's not going to do any crossfade between it. So when we look at this now, but if there was like, ever so slightly a little bit of, I'll turn my snap off. And let's say if I had these two kind of overlapping a little bit, or even if you had like a little crossfade between them, you might get less impact than that. So hopefully that will kind of do the trick. So we see Pablo is having pizza. So now you have to share with everyone in class. All right, so I just see I get tripped up by Hallion in those 16 tracks each time. I always hear just one when they are on different MIDI tracks. So if we're here, let's say, and we have our, and if I wanted to just kind of, let's say, run channel 1, so now, so as soon as I come over here to MIDI channel 2, then, but if I come over here to MIDI, if I wanted to create kind of like the monster stack between them, I could just come over here and set these all to the same MIDI channel. So we could build like our 50,000, the old days, people would get like all these keyboards and come up with like a $50,000 sound when they layered $50,000 of keyboards together. But now I can just come over here, and as I play this one, so you could just kind of create layers and have all those different sounds added in channel 1. Otherwise, it would be a multi-timbral. Just add MIDI tracks after the instrument track, and then you'll have access to all of the other sounds of channels 2 through 16. We see Graham Witcher's looking for ice cream recommendations to go with Portuguese red wine. So. Okay, so we just see a question. What is the best VST plugin to create drum tracks without MIDI keyboard? So I would say Groove Agent. So we'll just kind of jump over here. So, Groove Agent kind of works in two different modes. There's going to be one that'll be kind of like a actual beat, kind of like an actual beat MPC style paradigm, and one that will be more of like a virtual drummer. So let's say if I wanted to come over here to the virtual drummer, we could just come right over here. And now, like, I could just have this, like, as I hit play in the project, we could have this automatically sync. So if I just come here, we say, okay, follow the transport. When I stop, when I play, it'll just kind of play drums with me. And if I wanted it to look at my virtual drummer, I could just say, okay, I want it to do different levels of complexity, but I wanted those levels of complexity to be random. So we could also just say, okay, let's go here. So we could have this particular pattern be more complex. So let's say, I can say like every bar, just do, or every beat, just do, like every measure, just do a subtle difference. And if we wanted to come to the pattern and, add more swing, we could do that. And, if I wanted to, if I don't have the keyboard, I could also just come, if I like this pattern, I could go to the MIDI input here and just set this to be from Groove Agent. And as I hit record, it'll just automatically take what's being generated here. So let's say I stop. And now when we look at the different parts, if we just enable this to be in record, it's now recording all the different data. And you could also just kind of, come over here if you wanted to. Just now that you have that in record also, we could go to the instrument layer and you could click on the pads. If you don't have a keyboard, you could just, sequence directly there. Now, if you wanted it to be less of a virtual drummer and more kind of like an MPC beatbox, you could come here very easily and just say, okay, I want this to, like, as we play, and these will all have patterns. And if we wanted to do stuff like, okay, I just want to take, and, if I wanted to change the pitch, like on this, I could just come here, or even do pitch envelopes. Where you can say, okay, let's get to our envelope amount. And do different filters. And again, you could just trigger directly with a mouse right here and have these. So you could kind of, like, once you have the pattern, just kind of have it sync to the transport, and you don't have to play it in from a MIDI keyboard. So those are great choices. Okay. Thanks for all the great questions. See how we're doing on time. All right. So we're doing pretty well. It's kind of where I thought we would be. Okay, so we see Gareth had to sign off. All right, question from Michael Pierce. Is there a way to download loop mash content? All my folders are empty. All right, so let's go to the Steinberg download assistant. revert this while we're looking at our download assistant. One day I will update my Steinberg download assistant so I don't have to do this every time I go to a live stream. Okay, so if we go to our Cubase 11, so I'll just come here, let's click on Cubase, let's get a Cubase Pro 11, and there's probably going to be content, so let's see if there's content for Loop Mash. So when you come here to the download manager, you could just download the Loop Mash content set. So once you do that, just click on the Loop Mash content set and just, install the Loop Mash content set right there. So I just see, Greg, is it possible for Steinberg to collaborate with native instruments for some better integration of the machine? Just asking. So, so a lot of times, there's many things within the VST spec that will, handle better integration. So I'm not sure if machine is VST3 yet. So I know that they're kind of migrating some of their technology to VST3. I think Contact is now. But if you could tell me what exact integration you want. So a lot of times when we see integration, it's just implementation of features that haven't been done by the developer. So there's a lot of, great integration options available if the plugin developer chooses to. So, but if there's particular things, feel free to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. But, we do a lot of work with native instruments. So. In the US, we used to be the native instruments distributor years ago. Okay, just reading through. Okay, so we have a question from... Okay, so we have a question. Greg, what's the most efficient way to exchange 8 MIDI tracks with parts to instrument tracks for easier editing and manipulation? Okay, so let's say... I think I have a number of instrument tracks here, MIDI tracks. So let me just load this up. Okay, so let's say if I have instrument tracks, and I'll just not have any loaded here. So I will just for demonstration purposes, and so okay, so let's say I have these. I'll do one more. Okay, so if we have this, I think. All right, so let's say if we have this particular part, okay, so let's say if I come here and I'm just going to shift, double click, I could select this track, and you could do this like move to selected track. And if you wanted to do that for, if you wanted to create a macro to do this, like if you have it, for 100 tracks, let's go ahead and create a macro just to show it. So do a new macro. And what I want to do is to edit, and we will select all on tracks. Okay, so I'm going to add that as a function. And I want to navigate down. Let's add that function. And let's move selected tracks, move to selected track. Okay, and we'll select that and add. Okay, so now if I wanted to come here, let's run the macro. So Jeff Sabelski, you'll have your macro forever in my computer. So I'd say, okay, we'll come here. All right, let me start with this track selected. Let's see if I did this right. But, so you could kind of just come, try going over here. And like once we have this selected, I could play around with the macro if you want, but just try the move from edit, the move to selected track. And then go down, and I'll just try the macro again, see. Yeah, it's kind of maybe a timing thing, but just try this. Move it down, and then move to selected track from the edit menu. So you just see from Kaiwa and Franklin, Greg, I love all the chord features in Cubase, but I think the developers should make it easier for people to access those features without having to dig into many menus. So if we're just kind of starting off, you could just come right over here, very simply. I mean, it gives you a lot of capabilities, but say, okay, I'm here in the chord track, and once I'm here, I could just, let's say we go to the editor, so I wanted a D7th chord. I click here, I could play a chord, click here, just, zoom in so a little bit. So, as soon as we have the chord set up, I could, so let's say we go to our chord setup. So now, I think this is pretty accessible. So, just say, okay, it's good to play a G chord. And now, okay, I want to play an A chord, click the plus symbol. but chords can be very complex, but I think if you work like that, and then if you go to the chord pads, you could, just one click and say assign pads from chord track and hit OK. And then all the chords that you've entered in the chord track will automatically be assigned to chord pads. So I don't think it's too bad to work with. And if you do need complex harmonies, that those capabilities are there. They don't always have to be accessed and used. You see Kai Wen Franklin just says, I'm hoping that Cubase can help make me a millionaire in 2022. So we've had a lot of composers, I think, that are already headed that way. So. Okay, reading through comments. All right, we see Cubase Junkies on the live stream. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so we're seeing people loving their CC121. So it's the one controller I bought so that I would never have to send it back to the office. So still have mine from 2008. Okay, reading through comments. Okay, so we see from Mark Rabin says, thanks, yes, I see what you're saying about the scales. Is there a place to set the scale? So as soon as you have the chord track laid out for you here, you'll see this little option here, and that's where you could set the scale for your particular, and that could tie into the direct, into all the edits can be based upon this scale. And if it's going to be for MIDI parts, once we're in kind of like the MIDI editor, so let's say if I'm here, that we will have a scale assistant where you could define a scale there for MIDI parts. All right, so we just see from Kaiwa and Franklin, Greg, it'd be cool if another tab like chord pads could be added to give us the ability to play with the loops, to kick around some ideas, sort of kind of like what is in Logic Pro. So I'm not sure what you want to, I'm not sure if you just want to audition loops or be able to manipulate them. But, you could obviously just come here and be able to audition your loops in real time there. But if there's a particular functionality that you want, but I think it's always available to have on the right zone to be able to audition loops. All right. Just reading through questions. We see Jeff Sabelski loves the marker track, so that's good. Okay, my chat field jumped to me. Just trying to find my spot. All right, so I just see from Mark Rabin, I just see his comment. I think this might have been directed to Cubase Junkie. He says, Cubase Junkie, huge help. It closed currently, but when I activate Very Audio, it sees so many pitch fluctuations. I want to sing one pitch. It gives me 5 pitches. So if you run into a situation like that, we just open up where maybe you have a lot of different pitch segments. One of the things that you could do, Mark, is if we come over here is, and I may not have like a good, like, let's say maybe this is if something looks kind of like this, if we go to the end, like let's say if you have 5 different pitches and you want it to kind of be more centered, instead of dealing with 5 different segments, go to the right edge and you'll see, and you may have to, it looks like you could do it with the default smart controls. But if we come here, you'll see it turn into like a little glue gun. Then you could glue, those different segments together. So you can just come here, and this will allow you to join multiple segments. So just go to the very right. And as we, just turn that into then we could have something, if in Very Audio, if you had multiple segments that were being detected, kind of, maybe like the sensitivity is a little too much, just come to that edge right here, and then you could just adjust the segments with kind of the glue tool, just like that. So even if you kind of just come to the bottom edge, so then you could have, instead of multiple pitches, just go to the bottom edge here. It turns into the glue, and glue those different segments together. And then you could kind of edit that as one. So one note, if it's kind of spread out across 5 different segments, you can just very easily just go to the bottom right-hand corner and then treat it as one segment, and maybe say, okay, I really want it just to center the pitch right on this word, on that note, or a different note. So give that a try, Mark. just reading through comments. All right, so we see, I think it's Atash Beats to my compatriot Jan. Thanks for all the hard work you do with the Cubase Index. So, all right, so we just see Kaiwen Franklin asking Steinberg to update the built-in song templates. So I don't think it's the highest priority. I know that a lot of people will start off there, but I'll pass on the suggestion. Okay. All right, still reading through. So I just see just a comment. FL Studio gave birth to home studio kids. I remember when it happens. So kind of, you know, ineffective copy protection helped a lot too. So. Okay, so I just see from Kaiwen Franklin, I wonder why Steinberg has Cubase and then created Nuendo. They are virtually identical at first glance, but you know, there will be same concepts, but you know, if you wanted to do Dolby Atmos, if you want to do ADR work, if you need to do reconforming, you need to do, you know, game audio work, you know, those functions may not be apparent at first, but if you do that work, then you know, then those features are very, very important to you as a Nuendo user. So, but if you're primarily just, you know, doing music production, Cubase is great. So, but you know, there's many people that realize when they need to be using the tools that come in Nuendo instead of investing thousands of dollars on third-party functions and plugins to get the same type of functionality. All right, so we have a question. Is there an easy way that the sound of Cubase goes through a Zoom call so other people watching me can listen to what is happening on my DAW, my track playing? So it really could depend on your audio interface. You know, so Zoom itself doesn't have ASIO or like a core audio driver. So, but many audio interfaces, like I have the Steinberg UR series, and then, you know, some people will use plugins to do this with mixed results. But if I just want it to come, keep opening wrong. So let's say if I just want to go to my applications, we'll go to the DSP mix effects. For my URC, I could now just come over here with my audio interface. It has a loopback functionality. So I could just come here and then my audio interface could transmit everything that it's doing and transmit it directly into Zoom. So it's more of a function of the particular audio interface that does that. What I do for the live streams is, and I just set this up before loopbacks were really available in the audio interfaces. I take my Cubase output into a Yamaha mixer that has a USB output, and Cubase is using one audio interface, and then my OBS or my Zoom call is using the Yamaha mixer. So I take my microphone and the output from the audio interface that Cubase is using, my UR24C, and then I feed it into that, and then everyone could hear, and I could change sample rates. I don't have to worry about loading, you know, a particular plug-in on each project, and I could switch projects easily, as you could see. So. See a nice comment from Jazz Dude saying Carl Steinberg Charlie started it all. Shout out to German hippie rock musicians, and he's of the same generation. So yeah, Charlie did change the world. So we could all be having $4,000 keyboards needed to come up with a new sound. All right. See, John Costigan says, someday I'll install a new version of Cubase and it will simply replace me. I'll go up in a puff of smoke. Poof. So we don't want to replace John Costigan. We like you too much. See, comment says, I think third-party plugins developer hates Cubase because it makes you not needing them. I just saw a $30 loudness analyzer from Waves. It's already integrated into Cubase. You know, we did invent the whole VST plugin format, so many plugin companies, you know, there are many companies wouldn't be in business at all if it wasn't for Steinberg creating VST. Okay, so we have just a question from Gregory. Just says, hi, everyone. Nice to see you again. A very small question. How to colorize several tracks simultaneously? So it's quite easy. So we're just going to select several tracks. So let's say I wanted to select these particular tracks. And I'm going to just grab the color tool and I'll select the color. And now I'll select the tracks and not events themselves. So now when I grab the color tool, we can just colorize, you know, multiple tracks just like that. Hang on one second. My son is knocking on the door. He's back from school. All right, I'm back. All right, reading through different comments, questions. All right, so we see a question. In a piano roll, MIDI C seems to sound as C3 instead of C4. Is there a way to have C4 sound as C4? So, you know, there's two different schools of thought with this because, you know, middle C can be determined by, you know, by a piano keyboard or by, you know, which has 88 keys, but the MIDI specification has 128 notes. So that's why there's discrepancies. So some companies will have middle C fixed as C3 and some will have middle C fixed as C4, and there isn't a way to change it inside of Cubase. But that's kind of why you may see that discrepancy. All right, so we have FJ Segovia from Madrid. checking in. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so we just see question, how can I arpeggiate block chords transferred from the chord track to a piano track or treat those chords in a manner similar to easy keys? So I don't have easy keys, but we'll go ahead and take a look. So I think if we come over here, let's go ahead and jump back to here. Okay, so let's say I will have a chord track. Let's turn my snap on. Okay, so let's say we have chords now, and these chords are playing back through our roads. Okay, so now if I wanted to come to like this particular track, all I'd have to do is we could go to like a MIDI insert, and we could just say, okay, let's go to like an arpeggi, and this will just kind of, so now when I hit play, but let's say if I wanted to be a little more complex, I could say, okay, let's go to like an arpeggi SX, and here I could actually just drag like pre-done sequences. So let's say if I go to my media bay, and I just wanted to find maybe like a clavinet. Okay, so I'll just drag this onto a part, and now I want it to take this particular sequence, and now when we play it back, so you could just come over here and let's say, okay, I just want to take this from this position. I think I could even just drag that MIDI sequence over, and now so you could do stuff like that as well. So okay, just reading through more comments here. Okay, so we have a question. Will Steinberg cancel the USB key for Cubase 11 when Cubase 12 is released? So there's, it's a process that's going to be, migrating. So there's still other Steinberg programs, Hallian, Wavelab, Nuendo, that are still using the USB-E licenser. So it's not going to be canceled. So it'll be around for a while as people are still going to be using older versions and would want to have like a spare USB-E licenser. So I think it'll be around for a long time. Okay, so just see a question. When I move the MIDI tracks from Hallian, they go to the main mixer, but they do not appear to the workplace. Is there a way to make them appear so that I could control the fader while sequencing? So let's say like I have this in, I'm not sure if it's Hallian Sonic or Hallian, but let me just go ahead and add an instance of Hallian. So we'll do from sampler. All right, so let's say if I come here and I have, let's say we have this. Okay, so let's make sure, okay, we're on. Okay, so let's say we have, okay, so let's say we have some MIDI parts here. I'm just going to reread the question. So it says, when I move the MIDI tracks from Hallian, they go to the main mixer, but they do not appear into the workplace. So is there a way to make them appear so I can control the fader while sequencing? So I'm not sure when you say moving them, I guess maybe this is to the workplace. So I'm not sure if you move it here. So, you know, the MIDI data doesn't necessarily, wherever you move it to, should have the fader. So I'm not sure if you're starting from an instrument track, but if you're starting from an instrument track and you drag it to a MIDI track, so, you know, you'll have like a MIDI, you know, the MIDI track volume will show up. So you may have like your MIDI volume here. But, you know, so give that. So I'm not sure if you're moving it from an instrument track or if it's being moved from Hallian to the project window. So if you could specify that, that'd be great. So just see, it would be cool if there's a radio station that would play music created with Cubase only. That way we could all get a little shine. So I think if you put on like any soundtrack channel, that'll pretty much do it. Okay, so we just see how to access Helix native in Cubase Elements. So it would just show up. I don't think I have Helix installed on my work computer. But once you have it installed, so it would need to be installed. It's not part of Cubase, but you would then just add an audio track probably. And then once you're here, you could just go to Inserts. And then if you just kind of type, once it's installed, you could just type in like Helix if you wanted to. So, and at that point, I just have it configured as like an external device for like the hardware version, but just come right over here, type that in. And as long as the Helix is installed in your system, you should be all set. Okay, so we have a question. Hi, I have a question. When I made tempo changes in the tempo track and I want to move regions to the new tempo section, is it possible that these MIDI regions will keep their old tempo? So it really depends on if the track is set to musical mode or linear mode. So now let's say I will take just this part here and let me just so we'll take this. So we have this set to musical mode. So if I copy this part here and it's set to musical mode, we'll duplicate it. I adjust my tempo down. And then as we adjust the tempo down, we notice that it doesn't change any of the positioning of the events. Now, if this is set to linear mode, and now I adjust the tempo from like 81 to, and as I adjust the tempo here, we could see that this is actually going to stay in the same time. So, if I looked at this, and just to illustrate this a little better, I'll add a ruler track here. And we'll set this to seconds. So now, if I wanted this event to start at 5 seconds, so as I adjust the tempo, that starts at the same amount of time, but we can see that it's, so just place that particular track into linear mode, and that will stay locked at the time position and not follow the tempo tracks. Just see Michael Teams just saying, haha, Ryan in charge. Yeah. So I always joke that, my wife and I are Ryan's parents, but, we may, it was, but he's definitely kind of in charge, so we may wear the pants in the family, but he picks them out. So, all right. Wonderful to see Sable Winters able to make it. Okay. All right. So I see maybe a clarification question. It says, my question is, when you have several Hallian tracks, like 7, and you want to treat them separately, you can send each of them to a bus on the main mixer, but this bus does appear only on the mixer. All right. So let's say, we have multiple Hallian tracks here. We'll show you how to do this. So let me just see if this was our project where we had a Hallian, maybe. All right, so I'll just activate this. And this will kind of be the same for Hallian Sonic. So let's say, okay, I got these different channels. All right, so we have, we look at our mix console here, and we could see that we'll have one channel for all of these Hallian sounds. So I come here, these are all going out of the same stereo output. So if we come over here to the outputs, we can just say, okay, I want this to go out of my master. I want this to go out of output 2. That's automatically added to our mix console. This will be set to output 3. This will be set to output 4. So when I go to play this now, we have these sounds that were carried over from the name. So as we do this, we'll see that these are mapped to different outputs. Now, if it's an instrument track, you may see these outputs, but you want to see the actual outputs on the project window. So if you want to do that, click here, and then each of the outputs will be kind of in the subsection of the instrument track. So just like you're opening up the automation lanes, click there, and then each of the outputs will be on the project window. All right, so I know I had questions that were sent in advance, so let's go ahead and get to those. Thanks everyone for the great questions and discussion. And once again, if you've learned something new, make sure you do hit the like button and that you subscribe to the channel. Okay, so we had a question. I got this from a Facebook post yesterday. How to create a macro to disable all MIDI tracks with data on them. All right, so let's say I have data on, let's say I duplicate this track and I'll duplicate that track. So let's say I wanted to only select channels, or I wanted to select all the channels that had MIDI, all the MIDI tracks or instrument tracks that had MIDI on them, and to disable them so that we could just turn off all the processing on them simultaneously. So I created a Project Logical Editor preset for this, I believe. So let me just come over here. See if I saved it or not. Okay, so let me just see if I could. Okay, so I'm just going to build it from this. Let me just see if I thought I saved it as a preset. Okay, I'll just rebuild it here quickly. All right, so I think I started this with a okay, so we're going to say select tracks that have data. Okay, so now we can say container type is equal to track. Property is property is not set to event is empty. Now, once we do this, we could also choose to disable. We could have a macro. So in the macro commands here, what I did is I created a macro that's just one simple little element, and that's just to disable track. So it's audio enable disable track. And once we have a Project Logical Editor that's been done, once a macro has been created, we could have the Project Logical Editor execute and then run the macro after it. So this is going to select all tracks that have data, and then we're going to disable those selected tracks. So now when I come here, I could click apply, and now those particular tracks can be selected and disabled just like that. All right, so next question. All right, hi there, Greg. It's been a while. Johnny Diaz from Pittsburgh. Hoping you had a wonderful New Year's. I did. Thanks for asking. So question, when you create a backup file for a project, the next time you open Cubase, what project will Cubase use to work with? The backup or the original project? And will that backup project be saved as it was exactly at that point of editing? At that point, or editing done on the original will affect the backup file afterwards? So if we have a project, we can come over here. So if we do the backup project, so we could give it like a new folder, a separate distinct folder, and we'll hit open. And we have options here. So once we give it a file name, we could choose to keep the current project active. So we could back up the project to a completely different folder. We don't necessarily have to open up that particular project. So, let's say if we come here, we back up that project, when we go to our recent projects, we could choose which particular project that we're working with. So the next time, depending on which actual project you open, if you opened the backup project, that's what's working with. If you open the original project, that won't affect the backup project. So it says in kind of a second part, and will that backup project be saved as it was exactly at that point, or editing done on original will affect the backup project afterwards? So it's going to be just saved at that point until you back up the project or do a save as command. So we can think of those as being, as being two different files. So they're not going to automatically update. If you've made changes on the original, the backup won't reflect those changes until you save. Okay, so we have a question. It says, when Cubase automatically adds a new track, it'll show up as the last track in the list. It would be better to place a new track after a selected track where it normally belonged to, so similar to when I manually add a track. Is there a setting I've missed? For example, automatic added tracks, add track after exported mix down, make MIDI from audio, very audio, but render in place, add track after selected track, a good choice. So with very audio, and if we want to do like the MIDI extraction, so, when you do mix down, I think it makes sense to put it at the bottom of the project. So that way it won't affect different layout options and maybe like, different track settings. If you have different mix, like, channel configuration views, it makes sense to put it at the bottom so it doesn't interact with those. But if we have a very audio project and we look at it here, we'll just come to, let's say we jump here and we do very audio. What we could do is, I could say, okay, I have this MIDI track selected, and we go to very audio, we do our very audio editing. And when we go to functions and we say extract MIDI, you have the choice of creating a new MIDI track, which would go to the bottom, to go to the first selected track. So if I just say go to the first selected track, that MIDI extraction goes directly to the selected track. Or I could choose to copy it into the buffer, and at that point paste the buffer directly into any track that's selected afterwards. Okay, so we just see a question is about some notation stuff. So let me go ahead and revert this project. Okay, so we have a question. How to do a clean score layout? My problem is every time I forget how to do. I usually want 1 to show chords, 2 clean up score so it's readable, 3 add lyrics, 4 create a PDF. Can Greg show these 4 steps? And if you have time, can you also show how to make a macro? So not all of this would kind of tie into macros because macros can be very kind of consistent. Some of them might be able to, but let's take a look at our piano part, and we want to look at it in notation. So let's say 1, show chords. If we have the chord track, we go to the scores, to advanced layout, and say show chord track. But I haven't created a chord track yet. So, so if there's a chord track, so let me just go ahead and if we close that, so let's say I want to, if I have a chord track, what I could do is I'm going to my project menu and we'll do our create chord symbols. So now when I come here, all of our chords have been just laid out for us. So we could go to scores, to advanced layout, and show chord track. Another method of doing it within the score editor is to select all of the notes, like Control or Command plus A, and then click on the little C7 icon, and that will lay out the chords for you very similar. It's probably the same underlying technology. All right, so 2, how to clean up the score so it's readable. So I would go to the score settings. So if we come right here, go to the score settings, you could also just double click to the left of the first stave where you see this black line. Double click there, and now we could just say, okay, you know, this, I would do just a display quantize. So figure out like if the score needs to be a single stave or like a grand staff. And we could come over here to our display quantize. So set the key, and we can say the smallest rhythmic note I intended to play was an 8th note. The smallest, so let's say if I just had something that was set up like this. So I'll come over here. We may see just a lot of gibberish, but at this point I could quantize just the appearance of the notation. And generally, we would just kind of activate these particular flags. And then when you hit OK, you're done, just like that. So that's the easiest way to create that. If we wanted to add lyrics, we would go to the symbol palette on the left-hand side. So it's usually there. If you don't see it, click here on the upper right-hand corner, and we'll see the From Symbols, and you'll see a lyrics under Other. So click on the lyrics. Now you could just kind of click into particular notes and hit the tab key, and that will take you to the next lyric. And that way, as we move a particular note, we could move the lyric with and have that tied with the particular note as well. And the 4th one is how to create a PDF. So let's say all you'd have to do, and this is available in both operating systems, is just to come here, and if we do just a print, so we'll just say print, and at this point you could just choose to, instead of printing to your printer, just print to a PDF file, and that's all you'd have to do to print the PDF. So if you do those 4 things, so a macro may not work for all those things depending upon the conditions that you've already kind of pre-done. And like a macro for adding lyrics, you need to attach it to a particular note. But I think once you kind of, if you just kind of follow those steps again, that will become pretty second nature. Okay, so we have a question. My problem arises when I delete tracks. Then I want to have a confirm question with additional notice how many tracks will be deleted. Are there settings to make remove tracks safer to avoid mistakes? For example, show number, how many tracks will be deleted, confirm an option before delete. So there isn't a way to kind of modify the behavior. So, you know, if I come here and I select a number of tracks, and let's say I, you know, remove selected tracks. So if I come here, okay, I do this, but let's say I do all sorts of editing, and now I realize that I've totally destroyed my project multiple times over. It's still within the undo history. So it's really not the end of the world, because we could just come right over here and undo the delete track. So there isn't a way to trigger like you're deleting 6 tracks, you're doing this. So usually it's not a particular button, but you have to kind of go to the menu to remove the selected track. So it's a bit intentional to trigger that function, but it is undoable until you close down a computer as well. All right, so we had a question. Can anyone help / advise? I use an old iMac OS 10.13.6 and new Steinberg download assistant manager update for Elements 11 appears to be incompatible with my current OS. I cannot upgrade the OS further due to the age of the iMac. Consequently, Cubase won't load and crashes the whole package I purchased, and all the add-ons are now rendered unusable. I've emailed Steinberg support, but no reply for over a week. So I think, let's take a look. I think we could probably just come and do the installer from the website. So So just Google Cubase Elements, and then if we just come here to, so I just Googled Cubase Elements download, Cubase Elements 11 installer, that you could download it here without utilizing the, without utilizing the Steinberg download, without utilizing the download assistant. So if that download assistant isn't working with your OS, and then once starting it, hold down Command Option plus Shift, and then that could delete or bypass any third-party plugins. So you should be able to get it installed. The operating system you're running. I realize sometimes when you invest in an expensive computer, you want it to last a long time and be able to utilize it, but sometimes some computer companies kind of do an end of life on particular computers that they want you basically to buy a new computer to run more contemporary software. So I know that's frustrating when you get into that situation, but it's probably Apple that's not allowing you to go to a more advanced operating system, and it is 5 operating systems ago. So to maintain compatibility with, contemporary operating systems, some of it, limits your kind of legacy older operating systems. But you could just go to, that particular website and be able to download the application, and try to start it in safe mode by holding down Command Option Shift right after you double click, and you'll be asked if you want to deactivate program preferences and some other functions. Okay, so we see a question. If you see this before this evening for me, could you please explain what the intensity slider is in the hit point detection box? What it's supposed to do? No explanation in the manual. Doing a lot of audio drum to MIDI triggers over the next couple weeks. I'll have a live stream open on one of my mini monitors while I'm working. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at, we'll just throw a loop in. Just see, okay, so let's say I have this loop, and we want to take a look at the sensitivity slider, so the intensity. So when we have our hit point detection here, we could set our threshold. So let's say as we're doing our edits, we'll look at our threshold, and we could set kind of, at what point the threshold is open. Now there's also kind of, let's see if I could just jump to another project where I may have a loop that may work for this. All right, so with this, we will just come and go to our hit points into sampler. So we'll just go to our hit points, and we'll adjust our threshold. So let's say I just wanted to come right over here. Now, as we adjust to hit point sensitivity, like this may be out of our threshold, like those little hi-hats, but now we could just come right over there and include those based on the hit point, the intensity of the hit point. So it just gives you kind of another metric to do that. So I see that we're just about out of time. I want to thank everyone for wonderful questions, and we will see everyone on the live stream on Tuesday. And again, that will be 3 hours because my wife will be out of town on business. I want everyone to stay safe and healthy and have a wonderful weekend. Goodbye.